Okay, I'm late. I'm sorry I'm late. My neighbor kept talking and talking and talking. I didn't want to be rude, so I'm a little late. Sorry. Nice to see you, Manuel. Hope you're doing well. I've been writing the last couple of days, actually writing. Not just doing other things. It's a lot of research needed. So how are you doing today? Trying to plan out a series is hard. Writing it's probably going to be even harder. And I just got another thing back from the beta reader, so I'm already getting more things to fix. That's for book 1. And then I have to change a few things because I have to make it so I can add book 2. Yeah, I was, unfortunately, my neighbor talks and talks and talks and just goes on forever. And I'm trying to get away without being rude. And that's, I don't want to be rude. He knows I live stream, but he doesn't pay much attention to that. He ignores me most of the time. What I say is not important to him. He is rude. But not much I can do about that. Let's see, what's wrong here? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, Greg. Hi. Gotta have me in the background so I get a few things sorted. I chat to you then. Okay, great. This is explaining why I was late. Because I have a neighbor that can't stop talking. Nonsense. Most of it. But I listen to him. I pretend to be interested. Because I don't want to be rude. I was told not to be rude. So, I have started working on bits and pieces here and there, trying to pull this series kind of together. But a lot of research. It's a lot of research because I'm tackling items I wasn't planning on tackling. I don't know how. They say, for me anyhow, my characters kind of write the story. I believe that's true. My characters lead me, and where they're leading me, geez, not quite where I was expecting. Annual says, I am doing well. I just finished signing up NaNoWriMo and trying to learn how to upload my work there. Okay, yeah, I don't know anything about I didn't know that they actually kept track during the year. I thought it was just the 3 times a year, so I was surprised to hear that. And I don't know anything about it, so I can't really help you there. I mean, I'm part of NaNoWriMo, and I get messages every day from them, from people in the forums. But as far as using their word count thing or whatever it is you're trying to do, I'm afraid I don't know anything about. So, I know I'm going all around in circles. I don't have like a plan of how to do this, and I'm kind of jumping around from bit to bit, and I'm not accomplishing anything much. Not exactly accomplishing anything. You know, it's bits and pieces here and there. Nothing's coming together yet. I'm caught up on my blog posts, thankfully. And you're right. You're right. I am so new. I wouldn't know what to do in April. In April is different than November, because in November you were required to do 50,000 words, period. In April, you're given a choice to set your own goal. So if you feel that you can only write 30,000 words or 10,000 words or whatever, you can do that. They used to offer the choice of hours. So what I did last July was count it up. I was going to do like 2 or 3 hours a day. Counted up how many days times whatever number, I can't remember, it's 2 or 3. I multiplied it and got the total number. That was my total number of words. And then I, ticked off the hours as I was writing. So, it looked a little weird because it was a very low number, but it worked the same way. I mean, I got the amount of hours in I was planning on writing. And, you can still count it the same way. It's just that you're counting hours instead of words. Then it used to be an option. Now it's words again, all words. But you choose your own in April and July. So you choose how many you think you can write. And that makes it definitely much easier. Because 50,000, it's hard for me, especially in a month, to come up with 50,000 words. So, yeah. So, okay, I get it. I am really getting familiar with the site itself. Never signed up before. Oh gosh, I've been with NaNoWriMo since 2004, but I didn't do much with it. It's like and it was just November back then when they started. They started these camps on April and July in the last few years. Before that was just one, November, 50,000 words or nothing. And most years I either didn't start or I started and then I stopped, never finished. So it's just been in the last couple of years that I've gotten anywhere. And these camps give you a chance to feel a little bit more accomplished if you can't do the 50,000, because you still get treated as a winner if you meet your goal. So if you think you can do just 30,000 words, you put 30,000, and if you succeed and hit the 30,000 mark, then you're a winner and you get a certificate and all the winner supply, goodies that they give you. So those are nice. So April will be a lot easier because you don't have to do 50,000 words. You'll be able to choose whatever amount of words you think you can do. So there's that. The one in November, though, it's strict 50,000 words, and that's the hard one. And I did do it last time with the story that I'm currently working on. I continued working on it. But I started that in July in the camp, and then redid it, decided on changing the story. So same characters. Hi, BA. Same characters, but changed the story up. So I use that as my November, and I did do at least 50,000 words for that. It stands around 52,000 words right now. Hey, well, I finally got my power back on a little while ago. Oh my gosh, no power. That would drive me crazy. All this week I've been thinking, oh, we're having a great week. It's warm, but at rate, no snow. I was looking at the wrong region of the country. I just realized we got a major snowstorm coming Thursday, Friday. And that's going to really mess a lot of things up because I got appointments I'm supposed to do on Friday. Well, if it does as much snow, because here they plow us in and I use a walker. I can't walk over that snowy, icy terrain as it is. And then they're going to plow my car in because they don't dig us out. They just plow us in. All they have to do is clean off the sidewalks, and plow the driveway. That's all they have to do. So if they put 10 feet of snow in front of our car, they don't care. You know, you're welcome, Manuel. Anytime. I don't know a lot about their new site, though, because it is different. And there are some things I don't know that I used to know. But I struggled through it. The first year, it was a total disaster. That was when they first redid the site. And then the second year was a little bit easier, but it's still pretty screwed up. Whatever they did and redid the site, they really screwed it up. I mean, I know they're not for profit, but surely somebody knows how to do a website that can, in the writer world, can offer their services to help them update their website, not make such a mess out of it. Half the things don't work anymore. So most of us, I mean, so many people have stopped using it simply because it's so aggravating. And they haven't fixed the problems with the site. So, yeah. So, BA, you have snow, or what's with the power? Or is it just a loss of power? Or ice? I know there's a lot of ice storms out there, too, in parts of the country. Hi, Renee. Nice to see you. How are you doing? BA says ice and snow and warm away. Oh, wow. But that's probably what's headed our way. Tomorrow's probably, I don't know when it's going to, the snow's supposed to, it says for Thursday, but it could start at, anytime in the morning. After midnight is considered Thursday. So I don't know when ours is supposed to start. And it's like, I need to go get my pain medicine. I don't feel like getting up tomorrow and going to get it and go to the store. My neighbor's driving me crazy about it. That's what he was just bugging me about at the door, which is why I was late. How he wants to go to the store. Hi, Greg. And, like, I have to, make sure I remember to tell him and take him so he can, I'm like, he uses me. I use him for some things, but he uses me all the time. So Ennial writes, to BI, my wife went out to get the mail and had to scrape out a lot of ice. I am in upstate New York. Okay, I'm in New Jersey, and I don't know what it's like out there right now. Tomorrow looks like the last chance to get my pain medicine before that. Storm hits on both Thursday and Friday, and I'm supposed to have appointments for my drug test and my hair done on Friday. And I don't think it's going to happen because I'm not going to be able to get out of here. Greg says, were you talking about the NaNoWriMo website? Yeah, they really screwed that thing up bad. Jocelyn says, hi. Hey, Jocelyn, how are you? Greg says, I use it to keep track of my word count. Well, maybe you can help Enuel because he's trying to get into it and sign up, and I think that's what he wants to use it for. I know nothing about that because I didn't know you could do it. So, maybe you can help him with that because I don't know anything about it. And I went on the site and I didn't see anything about it. So I don't know. I don't know about uploading stuff, though. Okay, well, maybe you can help. I don't know anything about it myself, so I can't really do a whole lot. Greg is saying hi to everybody. Jocelyn says, I'm okay, and you? Jocelyn, I am so tired. I am just exhausted. No time Christina's cleaning, I'm sleeping. And she's laughing at me. She's doing the vacuum cleaner right next to me, and I'm sleeping. I'm like, Good grief. But I'm tired. I'm just so exhausted. And Jocelyn says hi to Greg. And then she said, then BA says, I don't use my nano site anymore. A lot of people aren't because of what they did to the site. They really screwed it up. Renee says she uses Pacemaker for word counts. That's one I haven't heard of. And Renee agrees with BA. I still use their site for the camp in the November, but you know, that's the only time I use it, and then it's a struggle. Nothing works right. They really screwed the whole thing up. I mean, everybody looked forward to NaNoWriMo. And now it's like, well, we're trying to look forward to NaNoWriMo, but we don't want to use the site because it's not working right. So what's the purpose here? We're all talking about NaNoWriMo, but we're not really using the site, so we're not really using NaNoWriMo. And I think they need to understand that people aren't happy with their site and aren't using it and looking forward to it the way it is, because they haven't made that clear yet. They just keep on using, oh, I'm going to do nano and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And, well, Greg, how do they screw up the site? Is it the sign-up process you were talking about? No, it's the entire site. They simply redid it and nothing works. And they took away things that people loved and they made it into something else. So people, more and more people, if you hang around Authortubers long enough and listen to people, you'll hear them say, you know, well, Nano's coming, but I don't use their site anymore because it's too much trouble. It's a pain in the butt. It's you know, it's the website doesn't work right. You used to be able to get groups. You used to have this. Nothing works right. They have totally screwed that site up completely. They totally ruined it. And so now people are saying this and they need to know. But people are still saying, oh, it's almost nano. So, you know, they'll get all excited. Why? You're not using the site. So why you bother using nano as an excuse for you're going to write, you know, in nano month? Because, oh, so they're still getting credit, but nobody's using their site. Some people are using the site. I've still used their site, but I am fed up with fighting with it every time. Having contact someone for help, which is hard to get. And, you know, nothing works right. I don't even know about signing up. I've been signed up since 2004. So, you know, yeah, see, you're in a whole nother section, you just signed up. You don't know what it was like before. And I don't even know anything about what you're talking about. I can't even find that section of Nano. I don't know anything about it. That's why I said I can't help NUL, because I've never been in that part of the site. I don't know anything about it, word tracking all year round. I don't ever remember hearing anything about that. The CBA says, yes, I get excited for nano camps a month, but I don't use the site. That's what's happening. And they need to realize that people are still using their name. Oh, it's nano month, blah, blah, blah. But they're not using the site because it's too hard to use the site. I think they need to realize that they've lost people, really. They got people still talking about it because it's been such an institution for so long. And now people are you know, just talking about it. Oh, yeah, it's almost nano month. Big deal. You don't plan on using the site anyhow. Who cares? You know what I mean? I don't get it. They need to fix. They need to fix it. So now everybody just gets excited for the time, because that's the time, but nobody uses their site. So what's the purpose? I have no idea what they have. They're a not-for-profit. They don't spend money. They're always asking for money. They're forever asking for money, but they can't even get a website designer to design a site that works. It really is messed up big time. And from someone who's been here a long time on NaNoWriMo, I've seen it, and I've seen the decline, and I know now that it is pretty bad. And I know now because I listen to all the people talking. Oh yeah, it's time for Nano, but I'm not going to use their site. It's not working right, so I'm not going to use their site. Well, what's the purpose? I mean, they're still getting free advertisement from people advertising, oh, I'm going to do Nano, but they're not doing Nano. They're not using the site. They're not doing Nano. So I don't understand. I don't understand. But they obviously, I mean, people are complaining nonstop. They either ignore your complaint or gloss over the complaint. They can't fix it. They need a website designer who knows what they're doing. And I know they're not for profit, so they have no money. They need somebody who knows the web design, who's willing to donate their services, because they can't obviously afford to pay for one. And whatever they used to design this site now, and they took away the best parts of Nano. They took it away. Took it away. People are not happy. But like BA says, he's so excited for Nano Camps in month. But he doesn't use the site either. And that's what I'm hearing. So I'm like, what is the purpose now? You know, we all still go on and on about Nano. Like we're getting ready to do the worldwide write-a-thon again the month before, you know, April's Nano. Most of the people probably aren't going to do anything on Nano, but of course they're going to be part of the worldwide write-a-thon because that gets their site out there for other people to see. But probably find out most of these people aren't even using it. And people will tell you right flat out, just like BA did, they're not using it. Greg says, what changed though? Is it messaging between the writers? What changed? What didn't change? We used to be able to create groups in what they called the camps. In April and July, you had what was a tent, and you were with a certain amount of people. No, it was 12 to 20 people. You were all together as a group, and you worked together, you know, and tried to meet goals and stuff like that. And they don't give that option anymore. You can go on there and search for someone to be your buddy. If you can find somebody who wants to be your buddy. There's no groups anymore. There used to be tons of groups you could join. There's very few groups anymore. And the few that are there are bombarded by everyone trying to get in. They said, we can't do anything. So they started setting up Discord servers instead. I hate Discord. So that's what everybody had to be happy with, is going on to the Discord server and doing sprints with the sprint bots, which are a pain in the butt. And the whole site crashes constantly. It doesn't work right. Things it's supposed to do, it doesn't do. Things it used to do, they decided not to do anymore. I mean, they used to let you do words or minutes or, you know, however you wanted to do it. Except for November, that was 50,000 words, period, no matter what. But April and July, you were able to choose between words or minutes or hours, however you wanted to do it. But they took all that away. And people are complaining. They no longer have tents, so they don't have their little groups anymore. They took all that stuff away. And the people are yelling and complaining, but nobody's listening. And nobody's probably complaining to the right person anyhow. They're just busy saying, oh, I'm just, you know, it's time for Nano, like BA says, but I'm not going to use your site. So, yeah, they're still asking for money. Well, if I'm not using the site, you're not getting my money. I've donated a lot of money to them over the years. And now it's like, you don't even use your site. I'm still using the site, but I don't know why. It just makes me angry. when it takes you 2 to 3 years and your site hasn't gotten fixed yet, you wonder what's going on. What is the problem? Okay. I have now managed to complain for a long time. It's time for sprint. Before I go anymore on this subject of nano, which is, just say I know I'm annoyed by a nano. And they need to fix things. And if they don't, they're going to lose everything. Because one of these days, people are going to finally say, hey, why are we, following Nano when we're not using even their site anymore? I mean, they're using their name. Oh, yeah, we're going to do Nano this month. So they're still getting, recognition, but nobody's using the site. Doesn't make any sense, honestly. So let's do a sprint. I'm aggravated right now. Which I plan to be part of the Worldwide Write-a-thon if I get picked. There's so many people now. They don't have enough slots to possibly put all these people in. Everybody is signing up for the Worldwide Write-a-thon, which is, for those of you who may not know, it's like a 36-hour length of time, and there's continuous sprints with a different host each time. And you're fine. Don't worry about me. The topic is something that needs to be addressed. Only I don't know who to address it to. You know what I mean? It's just, something that's going to be upsetting until they figure out that they've got a problem. And they can't seem to, after all these years, figure out they've got a problem. And I'm in the background, and I know people are saying, yeah, well, I do Nano, but I don't use their site anymore. So they don't know this. They don't know people aren't. I mean, I would think they would have noticed somewhat that their usage has gone down, but maybe they don't have that capability. I don't know what they have, honestly, but don't worry about it. You didn't do anything. Greg says, by the way, I was just able to fix my technical problems with the proofreader. Cool. So now I can finally examine her comments and annotations. Well, that's great. I'm glad to hear that. I just got another beta reader file back too that I have to deal with. And the first thing off is like the very first paragraph. And I'm like, well, I thought I was saying what I thought I was saying, but obviously what I was saying and thought isn't exactly the way she took it. So I have to figure out how to reword that, because I had to do a research on it to figure out what I was saying, if I was saying it right, which in a way I was, in a way I wasn't. It's one of those situations. VA says, I am more apt to use it when it's not Nano in November. I work full time and usually can't get the 50,000 word mark. I know, yeah, I'm rare for me to hit that 50,000. Can't change your word, can't go, so that bothers me. Yeah, they do it on April and July. Why not allow that opportunity also in November rather than force that 50,000 words? You can do it in 2 of the months. You should be able to do it in the 3rd month as well. 50,000 is fine if you don't work it. And it's even me. I don't work, and I still can't hit 50,000 words. But sometimes my brain doesn't want to operate at that point. May not want to work then. So, there's just a lot of things about it. But Greg, I'm glad you got your file fixed. I've got this. That's true, and I forgot it. I got that to deal with too. We got another file to go through. There's so many things. So let me set a timer. I'm going to set it for 30 minutes. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. So I will see you guys back in 29 minutes. Okay. Sorry about the timer. I had it set up and ready to go. I just forgot to put it on. If I put it on ahead of time, I forget it. If I don't put it on, then I have to wait while I set it up. I can't win either way. um, I worked on my story Bibles, trying to get them updated. It's going to be a lot of work. I have to fix different street names. And I finally figured out what the beta reader was talking about with my first paragraph. As I was talking about blocked numbers, and in my mind, I was thinking blocked it from the caller ID. I didn't realize that there's a difference between a not blocked number and not letting it be shown on caller ID. So I used the wrong term. So now I have to figure out, rewrite it, and fix that. But I had to look it up and research it because I didn't know what they were talking about. So I spent a lot of time on the story Bible and updating some of my notes, trying to get, have to revisit areas and change some street names so they fit into the town that I'm currently focusing on, and change the ones in the other town that's a beach town because they would have more nautical names. I had a lot of nautical names in both, but they're not both beach towns, so I had to go back and fix. Well, I have to go back still and fix that. That's one of the things on my list of things to do. So how did everyone else do? Hopefully nobody showed up while I was going. I don't think I missed anybody. According to the comments, it doesn't look like I missed anybody. So how'd you guys do? Oh, BA says, I love their designs and products, just not their site. Yeah, they screwed the site up big time. The bottle I'm drinking from is from NaNoWriMo. It's a great bottle. It's heavy, thick plastic, nice, lid closure. It's a good size. It holds a lot of liquid. That's usually what I carry with me the days I have to go do my drug test because they have to produce, urine sample, and sometimes don't feel like it. So I end up drinking that whole bottle trying to produce a sample, which I have to do Friday. Now we're supposed to be having all the snow, so I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. And my pain medicine's ready, and I really don't want to go out tomorrow. And I really don't feel like dragging my neighbor out, and I would have to let him know tonight. And we would have to go tomorrow. Before 5. It'd have to be back before 5. Ah, can't win. So Greg says I went through 2 pages of edits from the proofreader. I will have to work on this for a few more sprints. Gotcha. Kind of like my beta reader. I'm keeping track of what they're saying, so if they all say the same thing about something, then it's kind of like, well, I guess I have to fix this. If they don't all say the same thing, and it only bothers one person out of the group, then it's my decision whether or not I want to change it. But I've been like keeping track, trying to keep track, and it's kind of hard to keep it all totally, up to date to know what everybody's saying. Who knows how many times I'll have to read back through it and get all this stuff done. Plus, add the stuff I need to add now. Anybody else get anything done? They must not, my blog must not show me when someone joins by email, because I haven't noticed anything. Yeah, I've seen other people, and I'm pretty sure they're not you. I know what your site looks like, and so I don't know whether they just don't show the people that join by email or what. Greg says they are still spreading. Could be. The timer did go off. I admit the timer was not on the screen, but the bell did go off. BA said I actually did some research on the site we previously were talking about. Oh, yeah. The site drives me crazy. I was just on there the other day looking for this thing that I keep hearing that you can track on it, but I couldn't find it. I have no idea where it's at. Beyond me. You can track on it all year. I don't know how. On my blog, you can either join on one spot, and that is usually responding with, your blog, if you're a blogger. But if you prefer to get an email each time I post a post, rather than, well, actually, I don't think they send you notifications the other way. I get a notice saying that you responded or you didn't respond, or what you responded, and then I can respond from there. But the other choice is to join by email, and then you get an email every time I post a new blog. Because there's a lot of people that like to follow blogs but don't have blogs to follow back and forth with. So it's kind of hard for them to follow the blog except by email, which the option is there to follow by email. Because I have a friend who doesn't have a blog, and she just gets an email whenever I post a new post. So she hasn't said anything lately. I don't know if she'll get them or not. I haven't talked to her in a while. This darn pandemic. I used to see her every week. We had lunch and breakfast together. Whatever. We switched back and forth between the two. But that was every week, and now now I don't see her much. But she used to occasionally reply, but she would go onto the blog and actually reply on my blog. She didn't have a blog, so she applied by email for a blog post. And there's an option there to join the blog. Bea says, I got a confirmation email that I was subscribed to yours and Jules, but I haven't got any emails when either of you post. Well, that's weird, because that, as far as I understood, was what it was supposed to do. Maybe that's why my friend hasn't said anything lately. She's not getting them either. Well, that's really weird. Great, another problem to worry about. Because I've been posting regularly. Believe me, there are a lot of posts. There's at least one every day. Almost every day. I rarely miss a day. Unless I'm in the hospital. Which enough of that happened last year. But, yeah, you should be getting an email every time that you know that a new post and a link to that post. Just like yours sends me. I just went on and saw the one about, geez, I just read it. What the heck did it say? That's terrible. Boy, that lasted long in my brain, didn't it? Just read it before I was reading an email. Because it sent me a thing saying that you had posted. I saw the Funko Pops from Stranger, or whatever that thing's called. I did see that one. BA says to me, I love that cover you made for the memoir. Thank you. That's it. Writing crap book review. I'm like, where is my brain? I just read that darn thing. Writing the crap book review. Right. That's it. So I read that one. And I put a little, click the heart. I didn't make a comment. It says, it leaves it, now that I'm signed in, it leaves a space at the bottom for me to make a comment. The first one, I had to go looking on how do I make a comment. But now that I'm signed into your site, it automatically leaves me a spot to leave a comment. And of course, I can hit the little heart to like it. Yeah, I made that cover on Canva. I figured that adds just a little bit more to make it a little bit, a little bit more like a book. And then the clickable chapters. And all the other junk that goes in a book is in there too. But it's all one thing, it's all one thing. That's why putting all this, what I'm writing now, is going to be a little bit harder. Because it's longer. A lot longer. I don't have to break it up into chapters and then put each piece on. Because I have to paste each piece to the blog. So that each link is each chapter is clickable. Otherwise, we'd have to make one humongous document, and I don't want to do that either. I don't even know how many, how much info each one would hold, even if I could do that. So I like the way I did it, but it just means you have to post. In order to have the clickable link, I need to post to the blog first. Of course, then I can make sure that people will probably glance at it. If I just look, I put a book up there, then most people probably won't even bother. Got a couple of people reading the memoir right now. And now it's complete. So that part is, I was going to make it my whole marriage. And then I'm like, oh God, the second part, I can't even get the timeline straight. I can't figure it out. It's not adding up. It's not working out. And the whole thing is just like so aggravating. So, and then this was halfway done. I figure it's already written. I might as well just set myself down and put it on there. So now it's set up. So the memoir is, the front one part is done. And the second part is the last half of my marriage. Well, not half, it's more than half, but the after military, the civilian life, and what happened there. And it's a lot longer, and it's a lot more complicated, and the timeline isn't working out, and my memory is not helping. I can't just remember a lot of this stuff. It's just not, it's not adding up. So I'm not sure. Gets a little confusing. Alrighty. Are you okay, Annuel? You haven't said anything. He says, okay, I think I might have fixed the notifications. I went into subscription management and checked notifications for your site and Joel's site. So maybe that will work. I'll let you know. Okay, thanks. Yeah, because I couldn't figure out why you wouldn't be getting notified. That was the whole idea of the email. So you got a notification when there was a new posting. Of course, I post a lot, so you get quite a few emails, but you only have to go to the ones you want to, obviously. I mean, I get notifications from yours every time you post something. So yours, and I joined somebody else's. Oh, Lizzie. Lizzie was going crazy. It's like several notifications every day that she had posted, Lizzie Lakes. And I think I heard her say something about she stopped her blog. I know I haven't gotten any notifications lately from her. All right. Well, if you're ready, we can set another timer and start another sprint. I don't know what happened to the others. Nobody else. Well, somebody disappeared. Looks like. I'm going to go ahead and start another timer. You get oh, Laura. Laura's the other one. Yeah, get notifications from Laura. That's it. So I knew there was somebody else's I joined. Yeah, I get notifications from hers. I knew there was somebody I get notifications from. Laura's. Yep. All right, let's set the timer again. 30 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. See you in 29. All right. There's the middle notating the stuff on my beta reader. Oh boy, so much to do. So how did you guys do? Wow, VA started a master class with you. I know there's quite a few of them around. Hi, Sam. Got here about 5 minutes in. Wrote 111 words. Wow. You did a great job. A lot of words and coming in late like that. Greg's more than halfway through the notes. Yeah, we're waiting to hear what the master class is because I know there's quite a few of them. A lot of them are done by, well-known writers. Margaret Atwood. I haven't heard of her. I know Kate Kavanaugh was doing one. I forget who she was doing. She was kind of reviewing it and whether it was worth the money and the time and just how, much irritation the whole thing was. Was it complicated to do and all that? So, I see these classes advertised all the time. Yeah, there are. I've seen a lot of them advertised. She's one person, though, I haven't heard of, so not really sure who that is. Margaret Atwood. Handmaid's Tale. Well, I think I've heard of it. It's not something I'm really familiar with. Pretty sure I haven't read it. A bunch of other things too, but those are the popular ones right now. Yeah, I haven't really heard of her. I mean, I'm briefly heard of The Handmaid's Tale, but I didn't read it or anything like that, so I'm not into it. I don't even know what it's about. The aces to Sam. You beat me to it. It's not a race, you guys. She just happened to answer the question first. Well, that's good. I've seen those classes advertised. The last time I paid for classes and then didn't get a chance to take them, and I'm like, obviously it was a one-time thing. You take it when you buy it, and then that's it. It's not available later on. Seems to me, if it's online, and it should be available till I get a chance to go through it. The thing was on super sale because I didn't have a chance to really do anything to it. I'd like to be able to go back at my speed, not, well, you bought it, so do it right now and get done. And it's online. How hard is that? Make it available, till I'm done it. It wasn't one of the master classes. It was Writer's Digest, which is, been around forever and a day. But if I can't find the link to get back to it. If they sent me something, I know they sent me something because I went in and started it. And then something came up and I got sidetracked. And then all of a sudden it's like, where is those classes that I was supposed to get? And I can't find them. Sam says, I would like to take Neil Gaiman's class one day. Atwood's too. Hope you enjoy BA. BA said, yeah, I wish they would let you pay by month and cancel any time. I thought it was something like that. What is it? We pay for each individual class. I think they should be available. Once you pay for them, it should be available. Yeah, BA says Gaiman is ominous. I remember her, Kate Cavanaugh's review of the class she took. I can't remember who it was now. It might have been Neil Gaiman. I'm not positive. But she was unsure at first when she started, but she finally ended up saying that it was okay. I know it's a yearly payment, so it's more expensive. See, I'd rather pay a little bit more per month and be able to tap a little bit come out each month than have to pay that whole amount up front. Because it's a big amount usually. A lot of things are like that. We'll give you a couple months free if you agree to pay for the whole year at one time. And then you add it up and it's like, oh, that's an awful lot of money at one time. I'd rather pay the monthly fee, pay a few extra bucks and have a monthly fee. It just works into my budget a lot better than, I don't know how much those classes cost. I don't look into them. I'm sure they're pretty expensive though. But if you have to make a yearly payment, I can only imagine how much it is. I was busy, like I said, going through my work with another beta reader. So I fixed a couple things because they needed research because I really wasn't sure what she meant. And obviously I didn't know what I meant when I wrote it. So I had to go back and research it. Okay, she's right. So I had to fix the section because I wrote it wrong, because I didn't understand. And it's fixed now, I think. I Googled it and I read several different things on it. So I think I finally got it straight now. You know, you think you know what you're doing, and wow. VA said it was 180 for the year. And that's just one class, or for as many classes as you want? Sam says, I think we'll just stick to listening to Gavin's voice on audiobook for now. Not to save up for that. 180 for the year. But is that just one person? Or is it any of them? Can you go to any of the classes? It's a lot of money. As many as you want. The other thing I hate about that is I lose interest real quickly, and it varies back and forth. I'm interested, I'm not interested, I'm interested, I'm not interested. I blame that on my bipolar. It can't settle itself down and just decide what it wants to be. And so if I was to do that and I'd have to pay for a whole year, and then 1 or 2 months in, I'm like, all right, I'm done with this, then I wasted all that money. If I was, you know, really active in it and used it a lot and it seemed like it was worth it, then it wouldn't be so bad. But I know me. That's why I was upset with Writer's Digest, because obviously it was only available for a certain amount of time. And now, you know, I paid for those classes, but they're not available now. And that was last year sometime. I forget when exactly. And they're not available. At least I can't find them. I don't know how to find them. Tried searching my email for the email giving me the initial access, you know, thinking maybe it'll take me to the classes, but I can't find anything. So I gather it's you take the class then and you're expected to take it right away, not wait months before you decide to take it. So I only started it and didn't finish it. It was all about character building. Usually those ones that have the yearly usually will offer monthly payments because you can get more that way. It's cheaper to go by the year, but if you want to do monthly, they usually have that as an option. I'm surprised they don't. I mean, if you got the time and the inclination and you want to sit there and, you know, go through all those classes, then I guess it's worth it. But with I know the way I am, and I wouldn't want to do something I would be locked into for the year and not use it. Good things I have weekends off, and I am coming up on the summer soon. Yeah, good thing. You have so many you want to take. Yeah, definitely good thing you got that time coming up. Because it is a lot of money if you don't use it. Sam says, heck yeah, take all the classes. If I was going to pay that much money, I'd want to take advantage as much as possible. Like I said, I know the way I am, though. I get all excited of something and then it just dies. Excitement dies. My life goes into depression and I don't care anymore. And then when I come out of it, oh, it's too late. You missed it. That's why I don't like to do that too much. That's okay, Courtney. There's no time limit on when you can join. You can come whenever you want to. And you can say as long as you want to. And hi. Nice to see you. Wow. Yeah, it's been 2 hours already. Hard to believe, isn't it? Time is going fast. FBA's going to get us dollars worth. Yeah, you better get it. That's a lot of dollars you're going to get worth. Better get your dollars worth. They're talking about the, what are they called now? I forgot. Master classes. Courtney, they're talking about the master classes that you see advertised every now and then. BA just signed up for a year's worth of master classes. And you can't do it monthly, you have to do a whole year, so it's pretty expensive. I'd rather something I can do, monthly, pay monthly, and if I decide I don't want to quit, they don't have it quite set up that way. It's hard going through your beta readers' notes as they tear apart your story. I mean, they say nice things too, but they also say things, and it's like, oh, it's my baby. Don't do it. Courtney says, oh, I've considered doing it, but a year is a long time and a lot of money. Yeah. Sam says, Neil deGrasse Tyson has a class on there. Ooh. Courtney says, I'm tempted. Writer Sam says, wonder if Gordon Ramsay yells as much in his class on this as he does on his shows. Gordon Ramsay? Oh, interesting. Yeah. Like I said, I've seen them advertised and tempted, but I know the way I am. I'd start out gung-ho, and then my bipolar would say, oh, no, not today. And then next thing you know, the year passed and nothing got done, and I wasted all the money. Hi, Jen. And I really, really hate it when I do that. I do it too often as it is. I waste so much money on things and never follow through. How you feeling tonight, Jen? I was thinking we were going to have great weather. I was looking at the wrong region of the U.S. We're having cold snow and nasty stuff coming. I was wondering why Tamama said last night about the snow. I'm like, what is she talking about? It's too warm to snow. I haven't been outside. You could tell, obviously, or I would know it's not as warm as I was thinking it was. I was looking at California. I was looking at California. You guys are having great weather. Oh, good grief. Oh, no. Jen's been a little sick in the last few days. Sorry to hear that. I'm just super tired. Can't get any. I'm just exhausted, It's like, like you guys are talking about the master class. Anyone experienced with Udemy? I was thinking of creating a programming course for it. Not sure. Chen loves whatever that word is. Udemy. No, whatever that is, Jen loves it. When I home a week because the coworker tested positive. Oh my God. I'd be scared too. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Jen. I hope for your sake it didn't, you don't have it. Because then you got to worry about your family, anybody you've been with. It's not a way to get a vacation, that's for sure. We living in fear the whole time. And now you said you weren't feeling well, and I had a headache that nothing else. It was just a bad one that made me nauseous. Yeah, but different people take different amounts of time to show the results. Not everybody, shows right away. Yeah, better today and try not to be paranoid. It's hard not to be paranoid. It's scary. I mean, we take our lives in our hands every time we go out in the public, and I don't know if he's right or not, but my neighbor just came over to tell me that there's like 9 new strains out there that we have to worry about. These virus vaccines aren't going to do anything. I don't know if he was right or not, because he's a doomsday, whatever you want to call them. He always going on about conspiracies and whatnot. It's a major symptom of some versions of it. There are more than one type, and the smell and taste did not come out with the first people that got sick and died. That had nothing to do with smell and taste back then. That was a recent symptom. So, co-worker's really sick. I feel bad for her. And how close were you, Jen? Were you within her vicinity? I mean, if you both had masks on and you tried not to get too close, you have a good chance of not getting it. But if you like share desks, face to face or something like that and whatnot, then there's a good chance that it's, a little bit higher risk. Yeah, but that smell and taste thing is just one of the many different flavors of the vaccine, of the virus. There's several different ones. And now, according to my doomsday neighbor, there's like 9 different versions out there. We have to watch out for. It's not going to work. We work in the same large room, take breaks in a group, and that kind of thing. We always have masks on, and during most of her being sick, she was at home. That's good. And Greg asked, are you supposed to be in quarantine now? I know I can lose my aide. If somebody in the aid agency gets sick, they shut down the whole thing. All aides are pulled out of the workplace, and there's no aides. So I could lose my aides. Yeah, I think he said 9 versions. The virus keeps mutating. He says that vaccine that, we're all getting now isn't going to be much help. Jen said, I guess so. I'm home. I can go back Monday, assuming I have no symptoms, or I do, and test negative. Sorry. Yeah, I'd cancel everything for the week just to be safe. No taking chances. Jen says it's the strangest reason for them to be home for me. I can imagine if you're used to going to work all the time and it's not a regular holiday or vacation. Yeah, it would be weird. I hope you're safe. She says, I'm actually surprised it took this long to get into our little room, though. Yeah, really. Jen says, nobody really knows how to run it like all of us. Sure, I'm sure it's total chaos. Like says, but the virus has 14-day incubation period. That means you could be 14 days infecting others before you realize that you have it. There is no certainty you will ever have symptoms. Well, that's the thing. My dad had it, but he was asymptomatic. The only reason they know he had it is because they tested the nursing home and they found out that their great, wonderful numbers that they had been, so proud of overnight jumped over 100 and some people. They said, what happened here? These people aren't showing any signs of illness, but the government made them run a test on all of them. Surprise. And most of those people have all been asymptomatic, which means they were all infecting people and not knowing it. Had no idea. And that's including their workers as well as the residents. So he was lucky. He didn't suffer from it. He wanted to die. He thought this was going to be it. I'm going to finally get my chance to die. My father, he wants to be with my mom so bad. She died 7 years ago, almost 8. And he's been, I want to go be with my wife. I want to be with my wife. So he's like excited. He's going to die. He's got the virus. He's going to die. No, he didn't even get sick. He had it for 14 days or so, but he kept testing positive because they had to keep testing him. And of course, more and more people kept getting sick all the time. So, all these numbers of, we only have one sick person, nobody else is sick. And then all of a sudden the numbers jumped like crazy because they were all asymptomatic. They were busy making everybody sick. And they weren't sick themselves. Jen says, I know, Greg. I don't know why they told us Monday. They've been giving everyone 10 days off lately. Greg says, do you have employers who are clueless? Giving people 10 days off, not 14, makes no sense. You can come back and give more people it. That's what's wrong with the world today. Nobody's taking it serious. We still have people around here who think it's a big joke. All these people dying, big joke. There's nothing out there. Why should I have to wear a mask? I don't see any reason to wear a mask. I get that crap all the time. Jen said, I think that's a California thing. I'm not sure. Monday isn't even 10 days. Yeah, it should be 14. I know around here when somebody, because I lost my old occupational therapist, and it was because she was supposedly just on, what do you call it? She was on leave because of suspected. Then it turned into being COVID. And then she was a lot sicker than they thought she was. So she's not back yet. It's been months now. She's still suffering. I had to get a new occupational therapist. Which reminds me to change my appointment. Saturday. Long day. Boy, yeah. I don't think they don't want to run the office on their own too long. Well, that's pretty stupid though. If you're going to get people sick because you don't want to run the office, and if you guys can work at home, you should be working at home anyhow. Then they wouldn't have to worry about it. Yeah, can't work from home. That sucks. That's where the companies that are able to work from home have been lucky. They've been able to just switch all their employees to working at home, and they didn't have to shut down their companies. But a lot of companies that couldn't work at home were shut down. Some have gone out of business. And then you have to find out whether you're getting paid or do you have to apply for unemployment for this time off. Because that can be a real pain too. Believe me, from what I've heard, my daughter had a heck of a time getting unemployment. And that's when this first started. Things were such a mess. And it took a long time to get that unemployment started. A lot of states went back to papers because their online facilities for claiming unemployment were overworked. They kept shutting down and freezing up and terrible. Now my daughter works face to face. She's a dialysis nurse, and I worry about her constantly. And she's got a new baby, and I worry about her. Besides the other people, her other children. The new baby, he's a year old, and she's in there doing dialysis. And originally they told them they wouldn't have to deal with COVID patients. Well, now they're finding out they've been dealing with COVID patients because there's so many people out there that don't know they have it. So they're just treating themselves as feeling fine. Anyone feeling sprinty? Had enough of that COVID stuff, huh? You do have COVID pace at the side. Well, that's good. That helps. I guess we need to start another sprint. Let me set the timer. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Happy sprinting, everybody. Wow, this is driving me crazy. Beta readers. Numerous beta readers. Too many beta readers. Oh my god. I'm so confused. I'm trying to make sense of this whole thing, and I'm at a point right now where I'm feeling overwhelmed by the whole story. And it's just like, do I want to do this? Do I really want to do this? Do I want to do this again? Because I'm contemplating 2 and 3 and 4. Having one of those days. So, how did everybody do? Hopefully better than me. I'm trying to make a spreadsheet with everybody's notes in it so I could go back and try to fix this and compare and see what everybody thinks. I'm just overwhelmed right now. And it's like hard because some of the people are like, they're totally okay with one thing that the other person was dead set against, and they're dead set against something the other person thought is fine. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I knew it was going to be hard. I didn't know how hard it was going to be. So how do we do, guys? Hopefully better than me. Sam got 834 worms. Worms. You got worms. Oh my gosh. Now I can't talk. Words. I'm sorry. Great. 834 words. Good job. Courtney, I have a month and a half until I have to send my draft to beta readers. Kind of stressed. Well, I'll tell you, Courtney, I'm getting mine back now from the beta readers, and it doesn't get any less stressful. I'm like, oh my God, this one likes this, but this one hates that. This one likes that, but this one hates that. I don't know what to do. None of them agree on anything. They all just totally disagree. I mean, the whole thing might as well be rubbish because everybody has a complaint about some part of it. Jeez. So yeah, it is kind of stressful. 805 words. Look at me go, Jen says. Good job, Jen. Back to the old Jen. That's good. Greg says, you are struggling to make sense of it. Consider the possibility of some of them not making sense. Also, sometimes the story just isn't for a particular reader. Well, that's the part. It's like this person is absolutely dead set that this is wrong, and the other person is absolutely dead set there's nothing wrong with it. But the part they don't like, the other person's fine with. It's like none of these people agree. So how do I choose what is good and what is bad? Like, do I listen to them? Do I leave things alone? I was fine with it until they started messing with it. Now all of a sudden I'm like doubting myself. And right, sometimes the story just isn't. I mean, I know some of it is a little crazy, but from my experience and the person I base this character off of, this is the mindset this guy had. And yeah, he was a jerk. And he was awful to his wife. And all that stuff in there is true. Mostly. I mean, this guy, I exaggerated it a little bit more than his reality. But in reality, he really was that kind of person. So I didn't stretch it that much further. So, they're like, well, it is, this doesn't make sense. Why would, well, I don't know why this guy was the way he was. I know from firsthand experience, as being part of his life, that this is his feelings and the way he acted and the way he treated his wife. And maybe I exaggerated it a little bit more, but it needed more for the story. So I'm just not sure what to do right now. I'm on the third person, I think. And I'm just like, oh my God, you got a whole nother opinion than the others have. I'm already struggling with the other two. Now I got number three's ideas. Jen says, feeling okay, Greg? That can be rough. Courtney says, yes, you definitely can't please every reader. You have to choose what's best for the integrity of your story. Please pick up here again. Greg says, I thought I had started straight with the action in the first chapter of my novel. I got feedback from someone that it was a bit slow for her. What are you going to do? Yeah, I'm getting a lot of that kind of stuff too. Oh, well, I think this chapter's too long. Oh, I think it's too short. Oh, I think you should put more description. Oh, you should take that description out. Oh, I think you need, oh, I think they don't agree. None of them agree. They're not even, I mean, there's like, I was hoping that at least, you know, a couple would agree and I would get an idea, but I'm feeling like really, talk about stress. Does it want to do that? Okay. Let's see. Jen said, I hate changing too much of a story. It doesn't feel organic to me, and I wrote it in a certain mindset. From everything I've gotten so far, someone has a problem with something else. They all have a problem with some portion of it. So by the time I'm done, they all have a problem with every part of it. And none of them like agree with, like I said, they just don't agree. They all have their own ideas, and I understand. But I can't be that to all people. You know, like I wrote my story and I didn't think it was that bad. And then all of a sudden, you know, I get all this feedback. It's like, well, I think you shouldn't do that. I think you shouldn't do that. I think you shouldn't do that. Well, you guys have pretty much covered every word I practically wrote in this thing for one reason or another. I'm not saying they're all bad. I've got a lot of good stuff in there too. I love this character. I love this paragraph. I love the way you did this. I love the way you did that. They did spread that in there, but yeah, you kind of put the finger on it, Jen. Doesn't it start to not feel like yours anymore? Exactly. They're telling me what they want to see. Well, it's my story, not yours. I just want to know if there's something glaringly wrong with it. I don't need you to dissect every single word I put in here and tell me that, well, you don't think people would act that way. Most of the stuff that's in here have happened, except for the murderer and that, you know, that was added stuff. And I over-exaggerated a little bit, but not much. The guy, the main character, is, in real life, now that I'm away from that situation, really was a jerk. But I didn't see it because I had my blinders on. And I had this crazy idea, you know, that I actually meant something. And silly me found out that, no, you didn't. He let you think that. He was willing to let me think that. So now I'm writing from a different viewpoint because I don't see him as that perfect person I saw him as when I knew him. Now I'm writing from the perspective of somebody I knew and what he did and his feelings on things were a little outlandish. And so I have an outlandish story in parts. But it happened, most of it in real life. It happened. It's just that because they don't know, have seen it that way, it doesn't seem to be right to them, so it's wrong. Greg said when it comes to descriptions, it's definitely a matter of taste. Some like Hemingway's concise style, some like J.R.R. Martin describing everything to the nth degree. Yeah, I've gotten that. Not enough description. Too much description. Why did you put the names of where they work? Why did you put in her maiden name? Why did you? Don't those things have to be there somewhere? They're part of the story. I mean, you know, I don't know. I'm just frustrated right now, and I'm not sure I'm in the right frame of mind to do this beta reading right now because I'm getting really bothered by it. Jen says, from what I've heard, everyone loves that character. I wouldn't change too much about them. That's it. You know, they start out because they haven't read the whole story. So they start out with, oh my God, he's a monster. And how could he suddenly become a nice person? Well, everybody can change if they want to. And I don't think it is too much of a change. Yes, he went from one thing to another thing. People change their minds all the time. Do we make that big a deal out of somebody changing their mind? How many people do you know that don't want kids, you know, don't love kids, think kids are terrible, and then later in life turn around and say, oh my God, why didn't I have kids earlier? These are great. You know, it's great. But I'm getting grief because in the beginning, he didn't want kids. And then all of a sudden, he changes his mind. So he changed his mind. What's the big deal? He changed his mind. I don't know. Yeah, everybody tells me they hate him. And that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to hate him. Then at the end, he changes, and you're supposed to like that he changes. But not everybody seems to be able to accept that. Greg says, if you feel confident that it happened, then definitely don't change those parts. I know it happened. I lived most of that as a, you know, person that I based a character on. He's partly made up, but he is mostly a real person. So I'm not making him totally, you know, up. It's not totally crazy what I'm saying about him. He was like that. And now I can look back and say, yeah, he really was a jerk. And I got the short end of the stick and all that stuff. But they're acting like, you know, it couldn't possibly have happened. Hi, Jocelyn. You're back. Nice to see you again. And Jen says hi. Oh, and Allian's here too. Superhero here for some time. Hope you are all well. Today, my English paper at 10 a.m. Right now, 8 a.m. I wish you could help on that. Oh, I'm sorry we can't. Just kidding. Again, here to enjoy the stream. Well, it's nice to have you. I'm glad you enjoy the stream. We're just having a little bit of struggle right now because I'm having a little bit of hard time with supposedly constructive criticism of something I wrote. And I'm just having trouble dealing with it right this moment. So I'm a little frazzled right now. And I'm thinking maybe I should move on to something else and not do this beta reader thing right now because I'm just getting upset. I don't know what to do. Else I have to write these other people into the story. So there's part of it's going to change anyhow. I'm not sure. I think we lost NUL. He was here for a while. And I was late getting here, thanks to my dumb neighbor. And we talked for a little bit. And we talked about about NaNoWriMo, and then he seemed to disappear. So I don't know. So yeah, Jen, I really believe what you say. It doesn't start to feel like mine anymore. I feel like these people are taking over and telling me what I have to do. And I know I asked, but I think we're just getting a little too carried away. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I know I'm not really happy right this moment. I mean, I'm getting told, oh, it's wonderful, oh, it's great, and then it's like they pick every part of it apart. Oh, good grief. I don't know. It's a hard position. It's the first time I've really had someone really, really concentrate on pulling my work apart. I'm used to people reading it and say, oh, I love your writing. Great, Oh, I love your writing, but I really hate that you did this and you did that and you did this. I'm not doing so well with that. Yeah. So I've been, like doing research on other parts, trying to get the second part straight and what I want to do with it and how I want to introduce them in book one so that the books match together and the people already are starting to be together, and it's going to be a lot harder than I thought. And so some of the things that they're telling me about the fix, I'm going to probably end up having to change anyhow. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. I mean, those of you who've used beta readers before, I don't know if you all have or not. You feel the same way? Am I being oversensitive? Courtney says beta reading is so tough. Our books are our babies. It's hard to take that criticism objectively rather than personally. Yeah, I think you're right, Courtney. I thought I was going to be all right with it. I really did think I was going to be all right with it. The first person who read it was, aside from a few minor things, she thought the thing was great and should be published, and on and on and on she went, how, I had to publish this book. And she was really great. Then the couple after her tearing it apart. As if they're trying to get to the meat of the matter. And really hard. But I don't want to give up on the whole thing. I spent a lot of time on that. I don't want to give it up or give up my hopes and dreams. Because a couple of people are picking my story. I mean, I tried to beta read a few times, and I tried, because it's hard. If you've ever beta read for someone, it is hard not to, because I felt bad if I had to say something wasn't quite right. I mean, it affected me. Courtney says, I know I'm not going to be all right once I start beta reading. Yeah. I didn't realize just how hard it would be. And the first one was so good. She had mistakes, yes, but she didn't tear it apart. She really loved it. And then all of a sudden I got, oh my gosh. And none of them agree. So it's like my whole document is one big piece of crap. if I listen to all of them. Or don't listen to any of them. I mean, I can leave it the way I wanted to leave it. It's going on my blog as a book anyhow. I'm not publishing it as a book. I don't think that'll ever happen. So, not like I'm planning on putting it out in the public. It'll be in the public. I mean, it'll be on my blog, but I don't have that many readers that will be reading it. But, yeah, it's been rough. Now, I just got started. And she's, within the first paragraph, she started on me. So now, back to research. All right. That one, she was right. I was wrong. I didn't know. I misspoke. I got things screwed up, so I had to fix that. But she was right. That one, she was right. Allion says, accept constructive criticism. Otherwise, listen all and do what your heart says. I do like this. Thank you, Allion. It's just rough right now. Only rough. I may have to stop reading it because it's really getting me upset. For now, anyhow. I still got plenty I can do on the second part, getting it ready to add to the first one. Even if they're not perfectly happy with the way the first one is. So do we want to do another sprint or what? I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do, but do I go back and see what else she has to say or whatever? You already know that not everyone is going to like it. Yeah. And don't change everything just because they tell you to. Read through it well, make that decision on your own. Yeah, I guess that's part of it is I keep thinking that they're like the final say, and really they're not. It's just their opinions, and opinions, well, we know the saying, everyone's got one. And yeah, not everyone is going to like what you write. I understand that. I've read plenty of books I didn't like. And some of them have been books that people have sworn were perfect and great and wonderful, and I still didn't like them. So I know that, you know, there's the annual. I wondered what happened to you. He just mentioned to Aliana is on, and I just mentioned that you were back, that you were gone, and I hadn't seen you. Greg says she does marathon streams to annual rates. Yeah, I've done as long as 11 and a half hours before. I won't be doing that tonight. I don't think. I'm tired, and I'm sure I'm not going to do 11 hours worth. Although I've already done 3 hours. That's minor compared to what I usually do. Annual was one of the ones that was here that night, Allion, and you made that offer. I took him up on it. He's going to do some work for me. Once he gets his classes done, all his exams. He's got exams this week. He's kind of busy with exams. And you know, there are some parts in here that I can see they've got a point, and I didn't, you know, something I didn't think of. And those I know I need to fix because they are right. It's the ones I just don't understand where they're coming from, that I don't understand. Those are the ones that bother me the most. Leon says, hi, Annuel. Those were great pics that you sent me. Surely we'll get done your work in next week. Right now, final papers. Okay, guys. See you all later. Bye-bye. Wish me luck. Online exams. Well, I'm wishing you plenty of luck, Leon. And take care. Do great. You can do it. See you later. I'm good. And you took him up on it. I'm glad. Yeah, we set up something too, him and I. So I was planning on it anyhow. I was going to pay for it. If he's willing to do it for free, I'm not going to argue. He says he still has my work from before, so he doesn't have to look up all those. Because I told him, I said, I can't find the original logo. He says he could have done like Greg did and took it off the thing, but he says it loses once it's on. Yeah, he did. He shocked me. So yeah, it was a very good deal. I'm glad you took advantage of it. And then, word of mouth gets out and he gets reviews. And, it's good for his business as well. So everybody gets something out of it. So did you guys want to do another sprint? Oh, he misses one. And you'll just tell Leon, good luck. You did this, and thank you. Finals are more important. No worries. Yeah. Yeah. He had told me he was doing exams this week, so after next week, he'll get started. The weather's about to take a turn for the worse. Another snowstorm is coming. I really don't feel like going to the store tomorrow. But I don't think I have to go pick up my pain medication. And then right now it's clear, but if I wait till the storm starts, I may not get out of here for a week or more. I don't know how much of a storm we're supposed to get. And you're all right, yes, he will be mentioned in all my videos, and I will tell everyone I know about my YouTube design guide. Word of mouth is key. Exactly. So by coming in and making that little offer, he'll get a couple people, do some work, he'll get word of mouth, and he'll get his reviews and stuff. And yeah, it works out. And it's been a while since he did that work for me. And I was so surprised when I saw him in my stream. I'm like, I know who you are. What are you doing here? And he's been coming pretty much every day. So I'm streaming. It was like, surprise. So it surprised me. But no, it works great. So yeah. I had no problem with the work I got from him. I enjoyed it. Now I'm looking for a little change in pace. So change it up a little bit. See what he comes up with. Because I had him do intro and outro, the channel art, and he did a template. I mean, a thumbnail that I could change for my live stream. So I stopped using that, making my own. But looking at an intro, if he can make me an intro page that I could put between the intro. I know, not an intro page, an opening page, like with the title and everything. A title page that I can put in my videos after the intro. He doesn't have to redo the whole thing. And then I asked him to add the end card to the outro. Because the way it is now, I don't have that capability of using the outro. I mean the end card, because the outro is there. It would be on top of the outro instead of the video. All right. Well, I guess nobody's saying anything. I guess we better do a sprint. Let me go ahead and set the timer for 30 minutes, so let's see if we can get something done. And I can sit here and think about what I want to do. All right, 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And y'all says yes, he asked all the right questions. He asked me for pictures, but they weren't good for him. I am ready for another sprint if anyone else is. Okay, yeah, well, we're sprinting now. Well, he did a great job with mine, and I sent pictures, and he said this time that he'd have to go and retrieve the old stuff because he can't he can't take it off the social media. He says the resolution's too low, so he has to go find the original logo. He says he has all the files, so it shouldn't be that difficult for him. All right, everybody. I did not go back to the beta readers because I decided to give it a rest for right this moment. And I changed my insulin pump because I ran out of insulin. So I did that. And then I got a new credit card. This is really strange. I went to the website that says to activate. Can't find a single way to activate this card on there. So I'm going to have to call the phone number that is here and figure out what their website is, because what comes up is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And I know I typed it right, so I'm not sure what's going on. They gave me a pretty high limit, which is surprising considering I filed bankruptcy. The funny part is, two of the people I filed bankruptcy for did not take my card off my credit record. So it's showing in my credit as having $10,000 worth of credit that I don't have because those cards aren't valid. They were, closed technically due to bankruptcy, but since they didn't bother to take them off my credit record and they still show, it looks like I have great credit. No, I'm not going to argue about the point. They can leave them the hell there, all they want. So I didn't do anything concerning writing. I'm been trying to figure this part out, how to activate it, and changed my insulin pump because I had to get a new insulin. It ran out, so I gave myself a break from the whole reading, writing, whole bit. So how did everybody else do? Looks like I lost a few other people. Numbers went down. Of course, those numbers are never right. But whoever's still here who wants to tell me what they did during that break, please post your findings if you desire, your projects or words you came up with, anything you managed to do. Even if all you did was stare at the wall. Did a lot of staring at the wall, trying to figure out what the heck to do with this thing. And I don't like making phone calls, but it looks like I'm going to end up having to, because I sure can't activate my card on the website they gave me. And I know I typed it right. I don't understand why it's not going to the right site. Oh boy. So none of this is too good to be true, right? Jen says she'll be back. Time to tuck the kiddo in. Okie dokie. And Noel got 630. Is that 630? 630 words on that script. Okay, good. Jen's going off to tuck her daughter in, and half the time she falls asleep with her, so she may or may not be back. I'm used to her now. She falls asleep half the time. Anybody else get anything done? Looks like so far, and you're the only one who's gotten anything done. You did pretty good too. 630 words. I have to let my neighbor know that we have to go tomorrow because the weather's starting to get bad. So I can't take a chance. What's it going to be tomorrow? 34 degrees. So it's going to be cold tomorrow. Wonderful. Just great. Isn't even going to get up to, the high it says it's going to get up to isn't even on here. Liars, liars. Snow Thursday and Friday and Monday. Goody. I don't know how I'm going to do all these things I have to get done. I don't think it's going to happen. Greg says I got distracted, played an online game of chess. He did that years ago, played chess. When I was younger, my dad taught me how. I haven't done chess in ages. Greg says I do need to brainstorm about a problem in Chapter 3 now that I've gone through the notes on my proofreader for Chapter 2. I hope yours wasn't as brutal as mine have been. Annual says I actually have to get going. I am waking up early for a doctor's appointment. Good night and happy writing. Okay, Annual. Nice to see you again. Welcome back. Hope to see you soon. Tomorrow I will be sprinting most likely with Charlie Dorset at his, and then see Laura Nettles after Charlie's, whatever we had done there. So hopefully I'll get to see you soon. And tomorrow's our last day before the big storm supposed to come. So I got to go out tomorrow. So I have to go to bed soon too, or I'll never get up in time to drive myself to the store. Last place I want to go. Really, the last place I want to go. Greg says I was thinking of making the first chapter public once I have about 4 chapters done. Now I'm not so sure. Well, that's what I started doing with the memoir. And then I was like, well, I got these out here, and then I either didn't feel like doing it, or there was, had to edit it and didn't feel like editing it. And, kind of got to the point where I was like, should I have waited till it was completely done? And I thought about putting book 1. Now I'm glad I didn't start doing it because now I've got too much stuff going on that they're not happy with. And so maybe I'll wait. Greg says I am concerned I will want to change something in chapter 1 by the time I finish chapter 10 or something. That says always a possibility for sure. Goodbye to Annual. Annual says I saw both of them, so I will see in the chat box. Okay, yeah, on Wednesdays I usually go on with Charlie as a co-host. And then I go to Laura Nettles at 9. Well, it's usually late because we get to talking afterwards, Charlie. And by the time I get there, I'm always late. But I should be there before the night ends anyhow. So hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. And else is good night to Greg. Yeah, that's one of the things about starting to put them up. And then once you decide to change something, because I did change things in mine after I had them up, and I had to go back and make changes. And I thought, geez, and I posted these and people read them, and now, I'm changing things up. And so it's probably not a good idea to post them until you're sure that that's exactly what you want to say. At least that's what I found to be. I really don't want to go out tomorrow. But it's the last day before that bad weather. That bad weather hits, I am not going out. Might be one thing, my car will be plowed in. Secondly, I can't get a walker over that snow and ice. So it may be a while before I get out of the parking lot. And then they're predicting more snow for Monday. So it's not even going to get that warm on Saturday and Sunday. And then Monday, we're going to get snow again. So I guess I have to drag myself out of bed tomorrow early to go to Zoom because I want to be back to be on Charlie's thing. And so I have to let my neighbor know that we have to go in the afternoon tomorrow if he wants to go to the store. Otherwise, I'm not going for who knows how long. Because until my car is clean again and the weather's cleaned up, I'm not going back out. So, it's a pain. Okay. So I have a phone call to make. I have a note to write to my neighbor and deliver. I have to let Charlie know that my aide is not coming on Wednesdays now. So I will definitely be free Wednesday night to be on this, which is one of the reasons I have to go early. Besides, it's warmer in the daytime than it is at night anyhow. So if you're going to go out in this weather, you might as well go out in the warmer part of the day than the nighttime when it's colder. Well, Greg, I'm not sure if there's any. I know Jen just went to tuck her daughter in, so that'll take a while if she doesn't fall asleep. I think it might be you and and you all just left. No one else has said anything, so I don't know. Courtney might still be here. She hasn't said anything lately. I'm not sure if Courtney's still here or not. Should I just go ahead and start the timer and do the things I gotta do? Hi, Jocelyn. You're still here. I didn't realize you were still. Oh, you're back again. Okay. It's so sad. I didn't think you were still here. You're sleepy. I know that feeling. The whole time Christina was cleaning and vacuuming, and I'm like asleep. She's like, I don't know how you do that. And I'm like, I'm exhausted. Can't help it. You can vacuum all you want. I don't care. I don't hear it. And she's in and out, up and down, takes the mail out, takes the mail out, takes the trash out, takes the recycles out, and brings the mail in. She does all that. And I'm just like, sleeping. Yeah. Hey, she laughs at me, but I have got literally. She said she comes in the door and she looks at me. She says, "Just go get in bed. I can, you know." She gives me dinner and I just climb in bed and she just does her thing. I don't need to be sitting there watching her do her thing. Then I just fall asleep. She says, "You might as well go lay down because she's getting better with the bath." Yes, and a hot bath usually ends up making me tireder. You know, I'm all hot and relaxed. And so, yeah, she's still much better with that. It's been interesting, that's for sure. I'm ready to go to sleep soon. Seems like all I do is sleep. Oh, yeah, I'm tired all the time. And I sit down and I just want to fall asleep. There's all this medication I'm taking. It's making me so drowsy. It's really hard. Hard to stay awake. You took your daughter to work the last 2 days. How'd she do? Greg says, in case I'm no longer here by the end of your next sprint, I wish you good night. All right, Greg. Looks like you're getting ready to leave too. So I'll say good night now. Well, I'm glad she was good for you. Very well behaved. Well, that's always good. You never know. You never know with kids. They can be great, and then they can be not so great. They have their times. All right. Good night, Jocelyn. Nice to see you as well. Good night. You can't hold it. That's okay. Good night. Oh my goodness. That's good. I'm glad she's good. Good night, love. All right, well, yeah, I guess I'll set the timer and see what happens. 30 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Now, I finally figured out how to get access to my credit card. New one. I gotta put it in the file. I love it. I'm trying to get online and it tells me we already created an account. How can I have created an account? I didn't create an account. I don't have the password. So I had to go in there as if I forgot my password and wanted to get a password change. I'm like, who's supposedly set it up? Crazy. Never heard of this bank. I hope it's legit. Mercury. So how'd you guys do? See, there's not too many people out, so I don't know if anybody's here or not. All these stuff comes with these things. I gotta make a folder. Anybody still with me? Or am I off here by my reason? Oh, let's see. Are you in here? Lower. I gotta go through these folders so bad. Oops. That's this from many years ago. I don't even know how long I need to keep these for. Station. Oh, I can't find folders in here. Everything's so screwed up. I'm trying to find my credit card folder so I can put this paperwork away. Looks like I'm alone in here. Even though it says there's two people. Tons of people. Tons of people. Trying to find the credit card. There's one. I found the file. Step one. There's the folder. Put in the file. With this. I think I'm all alone in here. hang around for a little while. Jen may come back. Let's see. Folder. Folder. Oh, that's taken care of. I think this paper I just dumped. Oh, no, I missed it. Oh, shoot. No, line out again. Oh. Oh, you are still here. I was wondering if anybody was still here. Thought it was all in. I stopped the beta readers for the time being because I was getting too upset. So I started doing some other stuff. Oh, because it was just really bugging the heck out of me. I know I have to deal with it. I do know that, but right this moment, it's not a good time for that. How many people tear your work apart? It's hard. It's the first time for me. This is my first book, and never had a beta reader. I had no idea what to expect. And like I said, they kind of tore it apart. All in different places. They all had problems with different things. So 3 people so far. I'm on the 3rd one. And she's complaining about different things than the first two. It's like, oh. So that's, I stopped for a time being. Soon it'll be time to get my next prompt so I can continue my story that you aren't here. So I'm writing on my blog, I'm writing a continuous prompt, serial prompt. And she gives 3 words every day, unrelated words. It's hard putting them together in a story. I'm writing a long story. So each day she gives me 3 words every day and I write another piece to this story. And on Fridays, not only do we get the 3 words, but then we get all 21 words for the week. So on Fridays, it's a double dash and you get all the same words again. So I'm waiting for the next piece so I can continue my story. And that's going to be book 2 eventually. But right now, it's just a running story. So that I'm looking forward to. So yeah, it's good to take a break, though. I'm glad you're taking time to let it simmer. Maybe you'll feel less overwhelmed when you come back to it. Yeah, I hope so. Because, I don't know, I just kind of felt like attacked, and they were being nice and they offered to do this, and that was nice of them to do, but it was a little overwhelming, and I've never had beta readers before, so I didn't know exactly what I was going to get. And so it was a little overwhelming today. because it's been a few days at the time that the other two kind of sink in. And like I said, I know there's parts they're right. They do need fixing. That makes perfect sense. But some of the things, it's just like, it doesn't make any sense. I know I get the final say. It's my story. Oh, I mean, I don't want them to be afraid to do it again because I want to totally freak out or something on them. So, I haven't said anything to them. And just thanked everybody for being nice and, answering my call for a beta reader and trying not to freak out. So, yeah. Well, and I'm a little overwhelmed because, like I said, I decided to take, just a standalone story, and I decided to make a mystery story series. And mystery's hard. And I'm not very good at figuring them out when I'm reading them. So now I'm trying to write one. I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, I thought I was doing really good with hiding, giving them all, possible reasons why it could be them. I sent it to maybe 10 people, but I've heard back from 3. That's all I've heard back from is 3, and that was a while ago, way back, beginning of January. So I don't know if the rest are going to bother or not bother. I just got one that came through the other day, and I just started looking at it last night, and I got the first thing. And I'm like, So I had to look that up because I wasn't sure, and I was wrong with that. That one, she was right. I was wrong. So I fixed that today. And but then I started reading further down. I'm like, wait a minute, like she's like nitpicking these stupid little things that, I'm not sure make that big a deal. Nobody else had a problem with them. So I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. I'm trying. Most of the people are like, yeah, well, I'm really busy right now. They told me they do it, and then they come up with reasons not to. I mean, I guess that's normal. I don't know. Never done this before. And people read my work all the time because I'm a blogger. And people always, liked my work. So I thought I was doing a pretty good job, and then I just kind of felt like I was being attacked. Not really. They were trying to help. I understand that. It's just, if you've ever done it before, you know how I feel right now. It's just overwhelming. Then I start to figure out how to connect book 2, and then connect book 3 and book 4. And I have to see if I have any more. I have a lot of stories I started for Nano that I never finished. And I'm like, maybe if you just work on some of these stories and finish them up, you could put them in your series. And so I'm thinking about it, but it's not as easy as I thought to write a series. You have to make sure they're connected. There's a connection. And I want it to be like those little cozy type mysteries where the whole town knows each other. It's a little town and they all know each other. And then somebody comes in and then unfortunately they get killed off. And, you have to figure out who killed them off. But I don't know if that's what they consider. I've heard the term cozy murder, cozy mystery. I don't know if that's what they mean by that. But that's what I kind of think of is, the little small town story enough. So I decided to do that after writing book 1, which was a standalone originally. I have no idea how I'm going to plan my series. It's hard enough planning one book. I can totally relate. Yeah, it's not as easy as I thought at first. Figured I'd just write a few sentences and connect them and everything would be connected. But the kind of series I want to write, I want them to know everybody. So it means everybody is in just about every book in some way or shape or form, you know, and a little bit more complicated than I originally thought. So like book 2 is like written from the middle somewhere because I started it from prompt and I'm just continuing to add to it. And I have no idea who's going to be murdered or how they're going to be murdered. I have no idea. Well, I just had a death in the book, but do I want to make it? It's supposed to be an accidental death. She had it, you know. So I still haven't even figured out what illness she had that was so bad that she had 24-hour nursing and was considering going into the nursing home. So I still have to figure out what that's going to be. And she just died. And there is an ex-husband who's not really been named yet because the girl never met her father. And kind of started out as a young adult romance story. And now here I'm trying to turn it into a murder story. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm trying. I have no idea what I'm doing at all. Whatsoever. And it's not easy. It is not easy. And I decided to write a second story with a humongous family. And they started out with, the story starts out with 9 kids, ends up with 12. 12? Wait a minute. 10 kids. Starts at 10 kids, ends up at 12 kids. Now they have 12. That's just one of the, hi Jen. That's just one of the people. They're like, you know, each of them, of course, have a bunch of siblings with big families. I don't know how far I want to deep or get it into that. So, I don't know. I got a million things running around in my head. I have no idea. And that's the thing, they're running around in my head. They're not on paper, so, you know, going back and trying to remember what I was thinking. Well, I finally got the credit card fixed and taken care of. It was going to a weird page. I don't know what was going on. I didn't think I typed it wrong. And I did see the page briefly, but then I skipped over it and went to another page. Because the first page was definitely not related. It's like one of those ad pages you see, you know, click here and you can apply for all these credit cards. I'm like, something's wrong. What did I do wrong? I finally got it activated by calling. But it took me forever to figure out how to get on the website itself. I did finally get there. So I got signed in. And now I'm thinking about, because I want to put something on here that goes on every month and then gets paid off. So I'm trying to build my credit back up from a bankruptcy, which is hard. And I took a little hit by taking this chance on this card, but I got accepted. So that little hit was worth it. I've done that before and been turned down. Well, the little hit, and they give me a pretty good size maximum, I guess you would say. The maximum is pretty good size considering that I filed bankruptcy. So we were just talking about how difficult it is with the beta readers and series and all that stuff. So I left a note for my neighbor, let him know that we have to go tomorrow. If he's going to want to go to the store, it's going to be tomorrow before the storm, because after the storm, I won't be getting out for a while. I may have to cancel all my appointments as it is. Because I already know I can't walk the walker across ice and snow without practically falling on my ass. Definitely not in the mood to fall on my ass. Because then I'll be laying there in the wet snow and ice and not moving, having to call for help because I'm lying there. Yeah, Jen, it's all very hard. Well, you've got a little bit of an idea since you've already published one book. So you have a little bit of an idea. Bobby went through the same thing that I'm going through now. I just didn't realize how hard it was going to be. I've got to start taking better notes too, because I keep losing them. And I can't remember all the information. I've been doing so much research lately. I've been Googling and Googling and Googling. And Courtney says it's all worth it, man. I hope so, Courtney. Right now, it's hard to feel that way. I was so proud of myself, you know. Then I kind of feel like I got slapped down. Even though they really weren't mean or nasty or anything like that. I'm not saying they were mean and nasty. It's just hard, like people say, having your baby, you know, torn apart. Jen says it's totally worth it. Thing is, I'm doing all this, and all I'm going to do is post it on my blog because I can't publish it because of financial reasons. I can't publish it. So I'm going through all this agony. Well, I'm just going to post it on my blog for now, unless something happens and I have to start looking for money. Then I'll be looking to try to publish it. But for now, it's just going on my blog. Jen, don't stop being proud of yourself. You wrote a book. Yeah, I wrote a book. I never thought I would ever do that. Every nano I did was a total wipeout. So, yeah, this feels good to write a book. It is hard sometimes because as we're writing and we see it and we read it, it's different than what the person who's reading it sees. And I guess that's part of what I'm dealing with right now is I can't see it the way they see it. And I feel as if they're attacking me, and I know they're not. You just have to let it all sink in and change what makes sense to you. And then there's the self-doubt, because part of me is saying, oh, gosh, what if they're right? And I really am, you know, screwing this up. And there's doubts there. And they're growing bigger. It's really rough. Definitely. I have a lot of little kind of stuff I can do that I don't have to do. That if I want to just, not look at the rest of that tonight, I don't have to. It's just a lot of opinions in the end. Yeah. And like you said, somebody, whether it's you or not, said not everybody's going to like your work. Just like I've read plenty of books I didn't like. Doesn't mean someone else didn't love it. It's just that I didn't like it. But that's it. It's opinions. Well, should we sprint again? I'm waiting for my 3 words for my next story piece. I have an idea what I want to do, but I don't know what words I'm going to have. And I don't know whether I should go ahead and write it and then hope I can fit the words into what I wrote. Because I have an idea where I want the story to go. And then I just had another idea because I know I need a murder. I've got a death. It's supposed to be a death. It's supposed to be a death from an illness. But was it an illness? Maybe I could make it the murder. I don't know. So I haven't figured out who's going to be the murderer or the murdered person yet, and how. Okay, let me set the timer again, and I'm going to do something productive, even if it's just clean up the mess around me. So we're going to set it for 30 minutes again. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Come here. Where are you? There it is. Okay. Button disappeared on me. All right. Good. We're going to get something done. I don't even care if it's just cleaning up my desk. I'm going to get something done. So I will see you guys in 29 minutes. Okay, so I took my mind off my writing, paid some bills. I cleaned up some of the paperwork, put it away, and what else did I do? Oh, I'm trying to think if there's some way I can cancel something that I'm really not using. I don't know why I joined it in the first place. Trying to see if I can get money back from it. Because I'm not using it. And I spent a yearly membership for $105. And only, I got it in October, so it'll renew again. And it's like, it's not something I'm really using. I'm not really into world building and role playing games and all that. That's what it's really for. But Charlie got me all amped up one day and I signed up for it like an idiot. So I need to figure out how to cancel that and see if I can get my money back. But I want to do that on another sprint because I ran out of time. I made my electric bill automatically paid each month, so I don't have to do that now. It'll just automatically pay it. One less thing to deal with. And I'm going to see about changing my Netflix to my new credit card and then have it automatically pay it off each month. So it's building credit while being used. And then, because I have my Prime going to another credit card, I'm trying to build up credit. So I have that there too. So that's what I did. It's what you guys do. Oh, and I Instagram Charlie and asked them to add me to a sprint tomorrow. And then I'll be at Laura's afterwards, late probably. We're usually late, but I want to be part of that. 9:50. Yay, Jen. That's wonderful. And Courtney got 8:30. Another great number. You guys are going great. I didn't get much written, but I got some things that I needed to do and made a few decisions. And then I have to get back to what I was doing. I need to make my notes clearer so I can figure them out. I have to finish updating my story Bibles. Pink Blue is doing a 12-hour stream tomorrow. Wow. Trying to beat me out in hours, huh? Well, I am the ones. See, that's the problem. There are too many people out there, and it's hard to know who to pick. I'm kind of, between a rock and a hard place. Because also, Jules does the afternoon, so if I'm actually awake in the afternoon, which isn't usual, but if I happen to be, Jules is where I usually go, though I ended up on Blues the other day. So, they were trying to talk her into doing daily sprints. And she goes, I'm not sure about the daily part. She goes, making a commitment to my whole life every day. I'm not sure about that. So they convinced her to at least do 2. I know they were up to 2 when I left. They had convinced her to do 2 days a week. But it's hard. There's just so many people streaming now. And there's never anybody streaming when I want somebody to be streaming. No. I don't know how they managed to figure that one out. Any other time, there's tons of people to choose from. But if I want somebody, I'll be darned. Oh, yeah, she works. That's why she pops in here really late, because she's just getting done work, and she'll pop in here for a little while. But I don't know what her hours are, because I'm not even sure where she's located. This was during the day. I happened to catch her because I was on during the day, which isn't usual. And I caught her stream, and I know the people there were trying to convince her. Hi, Amelia. I was wondering where you were. Hadn't seen you. And I thought that was a little odd, because you've been around almost every time. So I wondered what happened to you. Alan was here, and he calls himself a superhero now. He's kind of related to you and your superhero. And both NUL and I have both given him some work to do for us with that offer. I think you were here that night he made that offer. So NUL's taken him up on it, and I took him up on it. If you were here that night, you'll probably take him up on it too if you're interested. But I don't know, if you don't have a YouTube page, you probably don't have a need for a YouTube setup, unless you were planning on setting up a YouTube channel, and then he could do, like channel art and stuff for you if you were here that night. I can't remember who all was here the night he offered that. But he was here for a little while. He's doing his exams all this week, so he's kind of busy with that right now. So it'll be next week before he starts work. We just finished a sprint. Amelia said, I finished a bunch of assignments for my English. I felt motivated to do it for whatever reason. Don't knock it. Don't know why that could have happened. I don't know why that could have happened earlier. Or you wish it happened earlier, or whatever. I'm trying to figure out what you said there. But that is good that you got a bunch of your assignments done. That must be a big load off your mind. We've been kind of commiserating about, I got my beta reader, another beta reader thing back, and I'm a little upset right now. So, one of those days. We got bad weather on the way, and I have to go out tomorrow and get my pain medicine before I get snowed in again. I don't know why that couldn't have happened earlier. Yeah, got it. Okay. Yeah, I was there. I could take him up on it, but I'd have to make a YouTube channel. I've been thinking about it for a while. Well, now, so, I don't know how long he's offering the thing, but as long as you mention my name and tell him that you want to take advantage of and you need help setting up a channel, you can do your channel art, which is the banner that goes across your page. He can create logos for you if you want a logo. I didn't use them for my logo because I used somebody else, and then I found him to do the rest of my work. The other guy wasn't advertising the other work. He just made logos as far as I could tell. So I took him up on it. So now he's got NUL and I both set up. So if you got an idea, need a picture, probably. Not necessarily, I guess. This is not an absolute necessity for doing the channel art. Well, yeah, if you have somebody that can do it for you. I do too. My daughter does it. But she always makes me feel as if I'm imposing. Yeah, I'll do it. No, of course you don't owe me anything, Mom, but that kind of thing. And I did my original channel art, but it wasn't as fancy as what he did. But the offer was there. It was nice of him. So let's see. I still have some more assignments, one in English, but I don't feel like writing a 5-paragraph essay right now. Might do my anatomy homework, but I think it may be time for fun words. Another thing is like, okay, now that's where you talk about, okay, I missed that middle part there. So yeah, my daughter does graphic artists, but she really gives me that feeling as if I'm imposing if I ask for something. She'll do it. But you get the, the feeling that you're imposing. I'm so busy, and I have to help the kids. I have to work. I'm not working now. The kids are out of school. I have to help them with their schoolwork. She's always got something. So I always hate to ask her to do something for me because it's just, she makes me feel as if I'm imposing. So I went to Fiverr instead and found somebody. And I like this work. So we just done, boy, my English is really great. We just did a sprint. And I need to do another one to continue on. A little bit of progress done, and I want to check and see if she's posted the next 3 words for my prompts to see where I'm going with that. Still not exactly sure where I'm going with that. Even if I write it, doesn't mean I have, boy, I'm having a terrible time speaking. Doesn't mean I have to stay with the story I'm writing on the blog right now. I could always change my book because it's going to eventually be in the second book. It always change. I don't have to go with that. So I have to think about what I want to do. Let's see. So should we do another sprint, guys? Kind of want something to eat too. Darn. Hardly have anything in them. I want junk food, of course. I'm trying to think of what I could eat. I feel like eating. Amelia says I could set up a writing channel, but I'd probably just be another drop in the ocean of writing streamers. Well, you could do that, that's for sure. I could do vlogs with them. Or vlogs. If I try to say vlog, it comes out as blog anyhow. So half the time I'm not sure what I'm saying. Vlogs, but the world is crap right now. I was never social enough to do vlogs before. You could do crafts, but I always hate setting up cameras for that. They get in the way. That was why I had to get that piece, the arm that goes over my table, so I can do the planner. So I could do my planner plan with me videos, because I couldn't. I asked a couple people how they did. They said, well, I kind of stand over the tripod and try to work over it. I'm like, kidding me, right? I'm like, I'm short, so like the tripod is in a really bad place. And as I asked, and BA said that he used this item here that snaps on the table, and gave me the link, and I ordered that, and it works great. Of course, my video is always upside down, so I have to figure out when I get to my editing software how to turn it around the right way. No matter how many times I switched it to the other side, it comes out the wrong way. So I don't think it's going to make a difference what I do. It's going to be upside down all the time. So I'm going to have to switch it every time. I gather that means she wants to sprint. Okay, let's do a sprint. Timer. 30 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And there we are. We're off. Back to work, people. Your competitors did very good last sprint. Really high word counts, let me tell you. Yes, it clips to my table, holds my cell phone because I use a cell phone as my camera, and it's great. It just leans right over. I can put it in any position over my table and just put my work underneath of it and just try to make sure by looking up that I'm still in frame. And my last, I did what, two planned with me so far. And yeah, it works great. And it wasn't that expensive either. I forget how much it was, but it wasn't that bad. And I thought that was pretty good. And it's much easier than trying to use a tripod, believe me. I had the tripod for doing videos. Excuse me. But I could even use that arm on other things. It doesn't, and use it instead of, like I could clip it on the table next to me instead of clipping it on the tripod, which is a real pain to get it on the tripod. So I could even probably do that, and just because it twists and turns, it's real easy, and you can set it any way you want it. So I might end up trying that for a couple of videos and see if that works better than that stupid tripod. Because my cell phone is so big now, it barely fits on that old adapter I have on my tripod. So I love the stand that clips to my table. All right, I'm going to mute now and do some work, and you guys do some work. Something, do something, read or something, do something. Watch a video, I don't care. Do something. Alrighty. I did my medicine. I don't know what else I did. Cleaned up some of this junk around here and laying around. So, how did you guys do? Jen's got 801. Good job. Amelia wrote a sentence and started watching YouTube. Oh, Amelia. Oh, well. A sentence is a sentence. It's more than I wrote. I paid a couple bills. Most of my stuff is all. I switched them to automatic, so I won't have to worry about them anymore. Make sure I had money in there to go shopping tomorrow because we're supposed to go grocery shopping and pick up my medication tomorrow, my pain medication. Got a little lost on Instagram, Jen says. She's adding people from streams little by little. And some of the people, I'm like, do I know this person or not? Because sometimes their names don't reflect what you know them as, so you're not really sure. And then every now and then one will pop up and say, wait a minute, I know that person. I think I know that person anyhow. It's so hard anymore. I mean, it takes so much time to go through all that. Courtney took a shower. Not very productive, but at least you're clean, right? Well, you said, I'm not sure how to balance out the fight and make the fight longer. It made my character really strong, and my other character hasn't unlocked his powers yet, so he was having a hard time. Jen says, I am having them suggested to me, but I don't know all of them. Yeah, I have a lot of people in there I don't really know. If they say that they're writers, then, any kind of writing or whatever, then I usually add them even if I don't really know who they are. But if I look at so many, I had 6 of them today, all with websites. I'm like, I'm not going on those websites. I can only imagine what's on them. I don't know you. I don't know who you are. It's like, I'm not doing that. So I just deleted all of them without even looking at them or adding them to my YouTube, on my Instagram. Now, I don't know how to make fights longer. I've never actually done a fight scene. I'm not really sure. And I haven't never really been in a fight either, so I don't have the experience of being in a fight to know how they go. I guess I'd have to look up a bunch of fight scenes and try to watch them for clues as to what they're right about. I'm not really sure. I'm always amazed when somebody that I've known for a long time, and then I find out that I'm not subscribed. It always amazes me. How did I manage to miss this? But I'll find somebody and I'll say, I should have been subscribed to them, but I'm not. I wonder why. I mean, some people, if they have YouTube pages, you'll see that information, of course, on their description sometimes. And you can get, some of their information that way if you want to look for somebody. So some of these people have the same name. Like Megan McCarthy is hard because there are a ton of Megan McCarthys out there. And trying to find the right Megan McCarthy is really difficult. I finally found, I don't know how I did it, but I did finally find her. Amelia says, character 1 discovers his powers by touching character 2. Character 2 has the ability to make himself intangible. Bit of a paradox, but basically character 2 has to screw up, and I'm not sure how to make them believably screw. Yeah, that's beyond me, I'm afraid. I'm not into the fantasy, superhero, sci-fi genres. Don't know much about them. Don't usually watch them. So really don't know. Especially superheroes. I am definitely know nothing about superheroes at all. Mary says I'm just complaining, just playing, but thanks for listening. Hey, it's been a rough night for me. People have been listening to me complain all night long. Jen says, that's not the romance that I write. No, it's definitely not romance. There might be an argument in mine soon. I mean, with the sexual tension going on, anything could happen. I thought there's the same person. I was written by two different people. It just seemed like it fit. The two of those fit together. Jen says there might be an argument in hers. Then Amelia said, I mean, with the sexual tension going on, anything could happen. I wasn't paying attention to the names. I was just reading it. I'm like, oh, yeah. And then I'm like, wait a minute. We have two different people talking here. That's like my current story that I've been writing. They're celibate. They've decided to be celibate so they get married. All they do is kiss and snuggle as far as they go. Nothing more. And they have to be careful that it doesn't lead to anything more because they have both decided to be celibate to the wedding. And there's always that, tension and stuff. Would you get off my computer? Jeez. McAfee keeps trying to. I have McAfee. I paid for McAfee. McAfee transferred to my computer with everything else when I renewed. But the one that they gave me with the computer, the free trial, is up. So they keep annoying me with, renew your McAfee. Well, I have McAfee already. I paid for it. Hasn't run out. I don't need to renew it. This is the one that came with the computer. And I don't know how to stop it. I don't know how to get a hold of them and get them to stop it. They just keep sending me these darn notations. They pop up on the screen now. It's like pop-ups. Go away, please. Well, arguments tend to end a lot of times in a sexual way. They have a habit of ending that way. They start out as an argument and end up the other way. So you guys want to write another sprint, or what do you want to do? I wrote notes for myself earlier. I cannot read these to save my life. I have no idea what I wrote. Not much good those notes are going to be. Disable notifications. Are they separate apps on the computer? If so, you can uninstall the one with the free trial annoying pop-ups and keep the other. But I don't know how to do that. The free one came with the computer and it ran out, and now it keeps annoying me with it wants me to renew it, but I already have a paid version on here. I don't know how to disable the notifications. One is a program that McAfee I got, and I had already had on my other computer, and this new computer came with a free trial, which they now want me to purchase. They can't seem to understand I already have McAfee on this computer. I don't need to buy another plan. So I don't know how. I haven't been able to figure out how to contact them yet either. That's my plan here. I'm almost done with this section of the book. That's your plan, what? To have the fight turn into a sexy? Amelia's writing scribbles on my computer. I don't know what she means. She might mean she wants to do a sprint, but I'm not absolutely positively sure about that. Amelia says, I often wonder what my grandma would do without my tech support. She got a new phone, and I went through and fixed things that bothered her on her phone. Notification beep showing battery percentage. And yeah, my kids, they get annoyed because I am always saying, look, I can't figure it out. I've tried, And Jen says, yeah, probably. Well, most of those situations start out as a fight and they end up making up and, the good old makeup sex. More designs, which mean absolutely nothing to me, Amelia. You're gonna have to converse in English if you want me to understand you. Unfortunately. It's just a bunch of little designs. Yeah, we have no idea what you're saying. She could be cursing us all out for all I know. I don't think any of those look the same either. You know, very few phrases, but it's enough to annoy people. Don't even know what it is. Everything looks different. It doesn't look like any of them repeat. You don't know the curses yet. So that's usually the first thing people find out. I mean, Greg says his book, you have to learn the language that he wants, that will be learned throughout the reading of the book. In order to read the ending of the book, you have to be able to read that other language. And I'm like, what? I mean, I have to learn a language in order to read your book. I'm not quite sure I agree with that one. Japanese doesn't have very strong cuss words. Well, I had a feeling it was Japanese, but I wasn't positive, so I wasn't going to say anything. Having a problem with carpal tunnel bothering me quite a bit lately. Hands are tingling and whatnot. You can just look up the translation for correct ending on the internet once someone figures it out. Yeah. Piglet. Huh. Yeah, Greg says it's a real language, but you have to learn it with the book as you read it in order to be able to read it at the end. And I'm like, I'm not sure that's going to go over too well with people. Having to learn a language I have no desire to learn just to read the ending of your book. I'm not sure about that one. Yeah, take that. At and pay. Oh, I think I said that one. Anyway, yeah. Oh, I don't remember what it is you're at. It's been a while since I've done pig Latin even. Not even sure I can do that. All right. I guess that means sprint is what she's saying. All right, hand, wake up. Trying to sleep. Time to wake up. Wake up. All right. 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Another sprint down. Amelia said, I'm not sure whether I'm done or Google Translate is done, but it doesn't match up. Can't help you there. That's for sure. Me. He whipped him up off my feet in one fluid motion. Also me. It's not metaphorical. He's literally pulling up off the ground. Oh, it sounds so lovely, dovey, but it's not. Alrighty, guys. What did we get done this time? I figured it must have been feet, but I wasn't absolutely sure. Yeah. When says, gosh, you've been streaming so long, so productive. It has been long. It's been over 7 hours. Well, I'm not sure how. Well, productive in other ways. I kind of freaked out earlier, so that was kind of a total waste of everything. They didn't get anything really done. Jen says that's what Tessa does. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, one of the longest streams around here. Like earlier, I was like super tired, and I was dragging. Now I'm awake. Now it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm awake. It's the way it works. If I could sleep when I'm supposed to and be awake when I'm supposed to, life would be much easier. Instead, I'm backwards. Yeah, I told him we'll leave at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Oh, wait, it's in the middle of the afternoon and I still get time to get back before Charlie starts streaming. Amelia said, I got a couple more sentences. Watched YouTube person playing a game about catching and eating bug food hybrids with dark tones that feels like a fever dream. Doesn't sound very interesting. Sorry. Doesn't pique my interest at all. Oh gosh. I bought another book. Amazon Audibles. I got a book. This one I felt was worth it. It was 12 hours. 12 hours and it was, I think, $24, but I got it with a credit. And the credits, I ended up buying extra because, like I said, this doesn't make sense. If I'm using a point and the book costs less if I buy it than it does if I buy a point every month, it's making sense. So I bought those 3 credits, so they come out to be like $11 each for credit. And I just got a $24 book for $11. So that I don't feel is too bad. And it's a 12-hour book. Most of these books are like 2 hours. And I'm like, you're kidding me. You want like $15 or more for a 2-hour Audible book? Okay. So Jen got 843 words, which is good. Amelia said it's crazy. a roller coaster of a trip. At the end, they discover that the food creatures are parasites and that if they eat any more, they will die. It turns into a first-person shooter, and if you don't defeat the waves, the creatures force your friends to eat them and then die. You watch some crazy things. Ugh. The whole thing sounds gross. Temperature must drop. It's getting chilly in here, which is unusual. I know it was getting windier earlier. We're just gearing up for a supposedly bad snowstorm. It better not come early. I'm hoping to be back, in time before it starts. And it's made for kids. Oh my God. Crazy TV shows. Hopefully by now I can go check. Hopefully by now that new prompt will be out and I can see where start my story and see if I can take it where I want it to go or if I have to go a completely different route. Depends on the words. There's some strange kids games out there I've had to be in mind from a few sites. I can imagine if that's the kind of stuff you got to put up with. Thankfully, my kids were younger during, the age when all this stuff wasn't available that they deal with now. I mean, my youngest child got a cell phone when he was 15 or 16. I forget what he was. And that was unusual at that age. Now they get them even much, much younger. The little kids coming out of their mommy's bellies almost playing with cell phones. If I want to know how to operate my cell phone, just hand it to the little grandkid. He'll know. Oh, man. It looks so friendly. Once you get into it, it's really dark. She loves to watch the gamers play scary games on YouTube. Oh. This one is on PlayStation, and you have to pay for it. It's so crazy. Thankfully, I don't have to be responsible for what kids do. Mine are grown. We're the ones that have to worry about what their kids are doing. But I don't have to do. I don't have to worry about them. Raising kids is not easy. And it doesn't get any easier. With all the technology that's out there, you guys got more things to worry about. I'm up for another sprint. Fine with me. She was little, and I told her no more on that site. Oh my gosh. Oh, the show people shooting themselves. Oh gosh, yeah. It's terrible. Open communication is where it's at, Tessa. We didn't have that stuff. So I didn't have to deal with what you guys have to deal with now. The most I had to deal with was my son, who kept listening to rap music, and his father said, "No, rap music, it's got bad words in it." And I'm like, when he was at my house. You can listen to it. Let me hear it. And so I listened to it. I said, here's the deal. You can listen to it, but not so loud that the whole damn neighborhood hears it. Keep it quiet. Keep it quiet so the neighbors aren't listening to it, and you can listen to it. I said, because not hearing anything worse than what he hears out of his own father's mouth all the time. So I said, fine. And the kids, I was working at the movie theater, and the kids there were teenagers, you know, because that was the kind of job the teenagers did. They had very few adults there. And so the music playing came on, and I knew all the songs. And one of the kids says, how can you know all these songs? These are what we listen to. I said, because I have a son your age. And the only way I would let him listen to it was I listened to it as well. And so I went and bought several of them myself, and I listened to them. And there were a few objectionable ones I really didn't like. And that's when I said, absolutely not so loud the neighbors hear it. Keep it down. Otherwise, you're not listening to it. And then, you know, and the kids at the movie theater are like, well, every time I come home with another copy of it, my mom and dad take it away from me. I said, well, I decided that it was better to let him have it and listen to it myself to know what he's listening to than to ban something I know he's going to do anyhow. So it was better that he do it, and I knew what he was doing than the other way around. That's the way I preferred to handle that. So I did not ban him from the music because I knew he heard that stuff at home all the time. I said, it's not nothing he hasn't heard. But I didn't think the neighbors should have to be subjected to it because it was objectionable. So that was the rule. You may listen to it, but you may not blast it so loud that the whole neighborhood hears it. Because then you're not going to listen to it. There will be none. So abide by the rules. Those are your rules. It worked out great because I knew what he was doing. And he didn't feel that he had to hide like all the other kids did. And all the other kids had, you know, every time they come home with another copy, their friend made them, their parents took it away from them again. I didn't do that. I said, I'm going to learn what this music's about. And some of it was a little objectionable, but for the most part, I enjoyed a lot of it. I enjoyed a lot of it. And the kids were really surprised that I knew the words to the songs and everything. I said, yes, I listened to it. I bought them for myself. I have my own copies of it. And they're like, really? Thank you. I thought it was the way to handle it too. And that way he didn't, because kids, they like to think they're getting away with something. And they work hard at trying to get away with it. But if you let them, I think listening to that music was a lot less than what he could have been doing. He could have been doing drugs. He could have been doing a lot of things. But he wasn't doing that. He was just listening to music that had curse words in it. And I just didn't feel it was that big a deal to make that big of a thing over it. So we listened to it together. And all the kids at the movie theater are like, man, I wish my mom and dad were so cool. So I was the cool mom. And it's like, well, I educated myself. I made sure I knew what he was listening to. He didn't hide it because there was no reason to. I knew what he was listening to. And it was fine. There were some I didn't like. That wasn't that bad. Jen says, I'll let mine play anything she wants to on the car. Yeah, I know a lot of words for a lot of strange songs too. That's why I said those kids kept looking at me funny, like, you know what this song is? You know the words? You know the name? I said, yes. I have a teenage son. He listens to the stuff. You let him? Like they're like amazed. I'm like, yes, I let him. I listened to it first. I decided it wasn't that bad. I'd rather him be doing that than some other things he could be doing. That was minor. My ex-husband, though, was like, I don't want him listening to that stuff. That's terrible. Oh, shut up. So, of course, he couldn't listen to the stuff at his dad's house, only when he was with me. And it was funny. And those kids all were like shocked that I knew the words and the names of their songs that they weren't allowed to listen to because their parents kept taking their copies of the CDs away. I listened to a lot of Japanese songs and AGR's music. That I'm not familiar with. You don't know much about them, so I couldn't really comment on that. But I did know rap, and rap has a bad rap. But I did tell him the first time I come home and the whole neighborhood is rocking to that rap, you're in trouble. You're only allowed to listen to those songs undercover. There were a couple, I can't think of their names now. It was a while ago. He's 33 now, so he's not so young anymore. Is he 33 or 34? I don't know. He's something like that. But so it was a long time ago. And some of those songs were really funny. I used to listen to some of that stuff that he listened to. I'm like, these are really funny. I'm a nerd. I understand that you don't understand. Jen says, I listen to podcasts and audible books more than music these days. I haven't listened to music in ages. I don't listen to much of anything. I don't even put the TV on much anymore. I've been hanging around on this darn computer way too much. Well, we can start another sprint. I'm gonna have to start thinking about bed soon here. Not tired yet, but I'm gonna have to think about it. Humpty Hump. Okay, let's see. Where's that stupid timer at now? There it is. We set it for 30, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I see Jen left. I was just going through, trying to see what else she wrote in that beta reader report, and it stopped dead in the after the first few things where she did nothing but complain. I stopped that. Well, I tried going all the way down through the whole thing. There's nothing else in there. So either she's not reading anymore, or there's nothing wrong with the rest of it. She just don't like the beginning. I don't know what's going on. So Jen's left. Wish I had known that. Could have said goodbye. Oh, I don't write nice things. I write mystery novels. What do you think my lists look like of things I Google? How's the best way to kill a person? What's the easiest way? What's the best way to cover up killing a person? You think I'm on a good list? I'm on a list. My writing research list is not so great either. So yeah, I Google a lot of stuff. Definitely. Yeah, wedding research is minor. I'm writing murder mysteries. I research things like how to kill people and how to hide the murders and the bodies and all that stuff. What's the best way to kill a person? What's the worst way to kill a person? Oh God, how do you hide out and escape the law? And that's the kind of stuff I look up. So my my Google search isn't all wedding research. Believe me, that's tame compared to what I'm usually looking up. I wanted to see what the rest of the comments were because I was pretty upset about the beginning of it, and then it suddenly stopped. So I still don't know whether or not it just wasn't finished or there are no comments about the rest of the stories. It's just the beginning she doesn't like. Very strange. Not enough time to do anything right now. I'm just kind of sitting here. Yeah, that's right. I never did get a chance to look at my next 3 words. Interesting words. going to be hard to put them where I'm writing right now, though. More like words for a love scene, and that's certainly not happening. I took a quick peek at the words, but I'm not sure. I'm going to have a hard time fitting them into the piece I was considering writing. I knew it was a good idea not to write that piece and then try to figure out how to fit those words in, because I didn't know what they were going to be. And I would have written a whole long piece and I wouldn't have been able to use it right then. But I'll figure out something. Because I'm still trying to decide whether the mother dying was a massive stroke, sudden massive stroke, or did someone murder her? Like the father, the former mister, who didn't want to acknowledge that he had a child and divorced. Did he divorce her? Did he just disappear and they never got divorced? More research. So, do people scream when electrocuted? Mother dies, but it's mother. Yep, 8 hours. Gotta go to bed. Since I have to get up at 1 o'clock to go shopping. Whoopee! I have to think about this. Maybe that could be the murder. The mother would be the father, would be the daughter. But who else would know? Yeah, I think it's time to shut it down. It's been 8 hours. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm going to probably be co-hosting on Charlie Dorset's. I won't actually be streaming myself. I'm not planning on it anyhow. I didn't plan on it the other night either. I ended up last night at midnight. Ended up at the last minute because I slept all day and night. So I'm going to go ahead and shut down this broadcast. See you soon. And I got a lot to think about. Yeah. You should go to bed too. Yep. All right. Good night. Good night, Amelia.